What's going on, guys? Meteorologist Jonathan Kegges back with you, hopping on the YouTube stream, News 6 Plus. ClickOrlando.com, the free News 6 weather app. We can watch the stream there too if you need to go mobile, maybe picking up the kids in the car line. We have these storms popping. Watching for the flood potential this afternoon. That's the main threat with these storms. And of course, they will contain very heavy rainfall at times, like what we're seeing right now. We're going to get into your community and dissect all of this stuff momentarily here that we're hanging out before the 4 o'clock news. And again, that 4 o'clock news, tune into that if you're in the greater Central Florida area. At 4 o'clock, and we'll be with you from 4 o'clock to 6:30 there, and then if necessary from 6:30 and beyond, right back here again on the News 6 Plus feed and on the News 6 YouTube page again. Reason that we're hanging out together, of course, we do have the storms that are going to impact your afternoon, but really over the last couple of days, the rain has been heavy in spots, not everywhere, but where we've had the super heavy stuff, that's where we're concerned with some more flooding, especially Port Orange, Edgewater, New Smyrna Beach. We had some stuff, especially the Volusia coastline, and then we've had flooding elsewhere through Central Florida as well. So right now, the heaviest stuff that I am seeing, we have some heavy rain in pockets, but the heaviest here, I'm watching this cell pretty much right over UCF. Bob, my friend, what's going on? Keith, thank you for that report at Universal Studios, and let's take you back down toward Universal. And that rain is coming down super heavy for Universal parts of the theme parks, especially the eastern theme parks. Windermere getting some heavy rain. Pine Hills, it's going to be picking up. No lightning with that cell just yet. But we have some super heavy stuff from Union Park to Azalea Park, University Park, again, closer to UCF. Bithlow, our rain is super heavy. We'll take you back up to Oviedo. We're dry right now at the moment. All of these are lifting to the north and east. So we're starting things off heavy. North of Kissimmee, north of Poinciana, St. Cloud, and then all of this is going to be drifting to the north and east. So let me put this into motion here just so you can kind of see what's happening. And my friend Bob in Ocala, we're looking okay right now. I think later on tonight we could watch this fill back in because you can clearly see the two different motions. We have storms pushing, let me get my telestrator out, off the Atlantic this way, and then we have storms moving from west to east this way. And that's all because of that stalled front. We've been talking about that. If you caught the 9:30 show, and of course, all of our news last week and news on Monday, and what's today, Tuesday, we've been highlighting that this front would pretty much stall right here. We have a warm front gone stationary, cold front gone stationary. I'm trying to draw that here. My drawing is terrible. It's right about here. And that is why we have the wind out of the east, north of it, the wind out of the west, south of it. And that's what's helping to give us this kind of conglomerate, if you will, of thunderstorms that are widespread across Central Florida today. So we're going to watch these increase in coverage throughout the afternoon. No doubt I have my eye on these all afternoon and evening. And if you're hanging around a TV or if you're still watching on YouTube, I am going to keep the looping radar feed up for the entirety of the evening, and I'll be posting in the comments and looking at the comments and all that stuff. So keep that going through the course of the afternoon and evening. I'll try to pop in whenever I'm up on the green screen on the news as well. But there are those scattered downpours near the Ocala National Forest, through the villages. Leesburg will take you back into Umatilla. We have okay downpour. It's not as big as the thunderstorms that are in Orange County right now. And then also further up into Lady Lake, some light to moderate rain. The heaviest stuff just on the east side of Wildwood, Brownwood, Monarch. That's where we're getting in on the heavy stuff there. And then let me take you further back to Ocala for our friend Bob there. And not a ton. Oh man, Bob, I'm sorry to hear that you were kind of that your child was, or since your kids go there, that's awful situation that you had to go through that. Hope everything's okay. I mean, I know everything was okay, but still a scary situation. So sorry you had to go through that. It's okay. I'll let it slide this time, Bob. I'll let it slide this time. But hope your kids are doing okay after that scare yesterday. Awful stuff. So there are the extra lightning strikes. We just checked on this guy a couple minutes ago, and it looks like we have some lightning associated with it now. We did have a strike a second ago, but some super heavy rain now through Windermere, Gotha. Gotha is very flood prone. We've done several stories on Gotha, so I'm going to be watching that. Going to get to the rainfall rate here. Going to go back to the Melbourne radar. Going to go to the threats. So that right now, our radar can estimate where we have rainfall rate. So that's rainfall estimated coming down at about 2 inches an hour. That means if it rains for the next hour, we're going to get 2 inches. If it rains for a half hour, we're going to get an inch. So some pretty heavy stuff out there. Let me take you further. Hey, what's going on, Elizabeth? Oh, that's awesome. Daniel, happy birthday. Big 10. That's a big one today. That's a big one. So hope you enjoy some of the thunderstorms coming through. Not too strong, but it's always sometimes nice to get a little thunderstorm. So that's fantastic. So hope he's doing well. And I'm glad that he's a weather enthusiast. That's awesome. All right, so let's track these guys. These are right around the airport, the strongest ones anyway. There's the Conway area. Let's see if we can get that's the executive airport. International airport is down here somewhere, covered in the rain. That is going to be sliding just to the east of the airport. Bithlow, we have some of the heavy rain, and then there goes some of the nastier stuff. No lightning associated with Mims, but we do have some heavy rain in between Mims and Titusville, also just right around Playa Linda Beach. Port St. John, we have a couple of downpours nearby. And we have a new one that's popped up around Coleman through Wildwood tonight. And these are the ones that are kind of moving in the other direction. So it's a really, really weird weather setup because notice we have in the same direction or in the same kind of area, we have storms moving in different directions. So that's what we're going to be up against today. Again, anything north of the front is moving that way. Anything south of the front is moving that way. And that's what we're going to continue to watch again through the evening. It's about 3:25. The news is coming up at 4. So if anybody's tuning in on YouTube, I'd love for you to hop on over to the TV side of things starting at 4, and we're going to track these into your neighborhood. Azalea Park taking it on the chin, and that is this big storm that we've been hanging out with. Let me see if we can get Azalea Park to pop up. And there it is. Let me stop the loop. And that's the heavy rain. When you get purples to start popping up, it's not a really big hail day by any means. So when you see purple pop up, that means that it is coming down really hard. Let's see what the radar estimates on this one show. So we're going to go back to the Melbourne radar. I can't walk and chew gum, so we got to walk through it together to show you what I'm doing, all the tools that I get to play with here as we track these storms. The radar thinks it is a little bit of hail. I don't think it's hail. But they are very, very efficient rainfall producers today. Let's see here. And now a new flood advisory for Orange County. So they're going to be, and there it is right there. So that green box that popped up. So these are going to be quick to populate today, these flood advisories. So you may see a bunch of things pop up on screen or pop up on TV when we're tracking these together this afternoon. And by the way, if you don't have the free News 6 weather app, post in the comments if you have it. Bonus points if you do. We're streaming live through the evening on the News 6 weather app as well. So if you download that right on top of the app, you are going to see our live stream. And anytime I come back in this chair, I'm going to send a push alert to kind of alert you that you're here. But that's what the News 6 weather app looks like. And there is our conversation that we're hanging out together, tracking these thunderstorms and stuff. So it's also going to be on there through the course of the afternoon. So download that as a free tool. Of course, one of the best things that you can get, lightning detection. It'll let you know what's going on. Speaking of what's going on, thanks to our friends at WeatherStem, we have a live look tonight in Wedgefield and also in Goldenrod. This is right around where we have the heaviest rain tonight, this afternoon, 3:20, 3:26. Not a lot of lightning, not a ton of lightning with these yet. There's certainly lightning around. The main threat with this is going to be the rain. And I'm trying to show you a better... Let's see. Aha. This is what I want. So this is going to really tell the story here. And that just goes to show how heavy it is raining out there. Okay. Um, Rainfall rates are 6 to 7 inches per hour. That means that if that part of the cell stayed on top of us right there, that is where we would have 6 to 7 inches of rain in an hour. So again, these are efficient rainfall producers. That's why we're kind of watching these closely, especially for the areas that have picked up the heavy rain. We also have this blossoming thunderstorm. Not really a thunderstorm yet, but don't have any lightning. But around Gotha, Windermere, or La Vista, we have some super heavy rain. Let me check my cameras and see if I have anything in that area as I move away from the microphone. Let me check. Gonna refresh my map. All right, so here we go. This is it's a live look in Wildwood. So we replace Wedgefield with Wildwood. We're all about the W's today. That's Wildwood above my head, Goldenrod below me there. We have some very heavy rain in Wildwood. That is with this cell. I'm going to take you back over to Sumter County. Certainly the rain not as intense, and that just goes to show you how rain. I don't have a camera right under smack dab Azalea Park, but it just goes to show how much heavy. I mean, you can clearly see how heavy the rain in Wildwood is, and that is like a tenth of what we're talking about from the rain on eastern Orange County. Let me see if the UCF cam is working. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't, but that's where we have the heaviest rain tonight. Let me slide on in here. Wait, I stand corrected. I do have one in Alafaya. My bad. I forgot about this one. This is a good one. Okay, so that bottom one now is Alafaya. And I'm just changing the name. So if anyone's joining without volume or something, they can see that that is a live look in Alafaya, where we have the rainfall rates of about 6 to 7 inches per hour. What's going on, Jody? Yes, we are getting some storms today. Some big ones at that through a lot of Orange County. We have a flood advisory now that includes the airport. This is going to go until 5 o'clock tonight. Again, those rainfall rates are crazy. 6, 7, close to 8 inches per hour. I don't think that there's hail in that either. A lot of times, this is something we use called dual polarization. It's a fancy radar upgrade that came in about 2013, give or take. But it can kind of take out the contamination that hail would do to inflate those rainfall rates. And it's not a huge hail day. It's very warm. It's very humid out there. It'd be hard for those hailstones to get down there. So, yeah, I think that's straight up very heavy rain. I mean, that's what we forecast. We forecast these things to produce rainfall rates widespread of 2 to 4 inches per hour, with some of those being able to overachieve like what we are seeing already. And these are just going to get more widespread to the evening, especially north of where we have them now. Let me zoom this back out real quick. Awesome, Elizabeth. Cool. I'm glad you were able to dial that up. So we'll see if we get, and we do have development coming out of Polk County from Lake Wales to Frostproof. Let's see, these should be moving to the northeast as well. And there they go. So we're going to watch these guys over the next hour or two move into Osceola County, closer to Kenansville, the Florida Turnpike. Maybe Yeehaw Junction as the ones develop south of Okeechobee, or north of Okeechobee, I should say. But you see all this mess down here. Again, we are really getting things going tonight. All right, so if you're just joining us, we are live on News 6 Plus. We're live on clickorlando.com. We are live on everywhere tonight. News 6 Plus, the News 6 weather app. That's a cool feature that we have when we stream this kind of impactful weather. It's not severe, but we are watching for the potential for some flooding. And again, flood advisory is already out. Paige P, what's going on? Thank you for being here as well. South of Daytona, just north of Port Orange, worried. Did you have flooding the other day? I know it was really bad through parts of Port Orange. Right now, we are dry, and maybe we can stay out of it. The heaviest stuff. I gotta see. Let me check. Let me check the latest surface observations, because maybe I'd rather you be with the winds for you be out of the east, and you are. So, okay, I'm going to be cautiously optimistic. Now, you might get some stuff to focus there off the Atlantic, but I mean, these could lift up too. There's just so much. We're going to have to watch these for you. I mean, I know there was some more heavy rain today. Still flooding in. Okay, yeah. I mean, there was a lot of rain. What was Sunday night? Then there was more rain this morning. Just crazy stuff. I'm not sure exactly where you are, Elizabeth, but there's a really high shot for rain. So if you miss it, you're going to be the very few that do in your area of Orange County. For sure. Alrighty, guys, we just have a couple of extra minutes hanging out in this setting. What I'm going to do, though, is I'm going to have all the bells and whistles in the Weather Center. I'm going to keep this stream live for the next several hours. So what I would suggest doing, if you have News 6 Plus, download that for free. You can watch the newscast that we're going to be tracking these storms into your neighborhood. Then you can also come on here on the YouTube side of things, if you're watching it on YouTube, and then comment right there, and we can have that conversation during the newscast so that I can get your storm reports. And if you have any questions for me, I can do my best to answer them as we're running back and forth between the green screen and all that stuff. So stay on this stream. And again, I'll have the looping radar going so that you can kind of bounce around from community to community. And then whenever it's time for the weathercast and the news, I'll try to punch it back over to see if we can make that happen so that we can so you can see from there what's going on. But the best thing I would recommend is to tune in to News 6 at 4 to 6:30 on the news side of things on TV, and then post in the comments on YouTube. You can have kind of a dual screen going so we can keep this line of chat open. It's something that I like to do, having that conversation. Getting a lot of questions about the rest of the evening, so let me take you to the future radar. Let me make sure this is the most up-to-date future radar that I have, and it looks like it is. So here we go at 3 o'clock. It looks like it's about a half hour or so behind. And that's what it looks like through the evening. So here's the deal. Judging with how this front is set up, and I'll go back to the analysis, to the radar page. It's called analysis in our computer. I'm going to zoom this out. I'm going to show you exactly what I'm talking about. So we have a front. Okay, stop popping up. There we go. That advisory thing was annoying me. What we have is this stationary front. So it is about like this, give or take. It's not exact. That's where our front kind of stalled. It looks like that. Okay. North of the front, we have the wind coming off of the Atlantic. So that's why these are more of kind of scattered showers and downpours moving from the Atlantic into Flagler County, into Volusia County. But then backing things up a little bit, and I'll put this in a play mode so you can see exactly what I'm talking about. We have the heavier stuff developing kind of in between Lakeland and Tampa, Orlando, and then pushing along into the east of I-4. And that's all because of that boundary that's pretty much right there. That's why we have the two different directions of the downpours tonight. So the heaviest stuff should be the ones on the south side of the front. So at least I'm a little bit optimistic there for Palm Coast. I think we're going to see some scattered downpours, but I really do think um, the heaviest stuff is going to be along into the south and east of I-4 for the next couple of hours. Might see that try to tick to the north late tonight. But we'll be watching that closely for you. Let me zoom in. Hard times number one. I'm 26 miles east of Orlando. Light rain the last hour of all. You are like, I mean, you split the difference between that because, like, right just to your west, there is some really, really heavy rain through there. So that's something we're going to keep an eye on. And again, here's the deal. Flagler is just going to be kind of scattered light stuff. See how it kind of works off the coast. There is a little bit of stuff trying to push in from the west. So that's something that we are going to be watching. Alrighty, guys, here's what I'm going to do. I got to go record some stuff for the weather app. The newscast starts at 4 o'clock. So first, I want to thank you guys for taking time of your afternoon, whether you're waiting in the car line, if the car line's still out there, if you're just waiting for some friends, waiting for to pick up your kids or whatever you're doing tonight, trying to get home from work a little early. We're going to keep the looping radar up. So this is what it's going to look like. Nope, that is not what it's going to look like. This is what I want to show you right here. I've got it somewhere. I need to get my chicklet with the looping radar. Okay, I have to change that back. So we're going to loop this radar for you through the rest of the afternoon and into the evening. I'm going to pop on from time to time. Do me a favor. Would you like some music to go along with this as well? I can put some music as the radar loops around parts of Central Florida. And post in the comments what you're seeing. I'll do my best to keep up with the chat during the news so that we can have this conversation. And I'd love to know what you're seeing out there. So again, thank you guys for taking the time to watch this. I have to go get ready for the 4 o'clock news and get some stuff recorded for the app. I'm going to get the loop all set up. I'm going to start some music for you. And again, we're going to pop in. I'm going to pop in from time to time to continue to give you updates as we watch for that flood potential again tonight. Should not be widespread by any means, but certainly on a localized scale like we've seen on the past couple of nights, really going back to Sunday night. Could get a little ugly at times. Be safe out there. If you are driving, make sure to remember, do not drive through the roadways. If there's water there, sometimes you can't tell how deep it actually is or if the road has been compromised. So that's what I'll leave you with tonight. I'll get the music cranked up. I'll get the looping radar rocking and rolling so that you can stay informed. And again, most important thing, 4 p.m., News 6. If you're in the greater Central Florida area, we will see you right there. Elizabeth, I am back probably after the 6 o'clock show, and then I'll have my show ready to rock and roll as always at 9:30 as well. We get together every Monday through Friday at 9:30 and just BS about the weather. Alrighty, guys, I will see you soon. Be safe out there.
the water drains into were overcapacities.
And the city says most modern stormwater systems are designed to manage approximately 11 inches of rain.
debt collection rights. You can check out this story on the homepage of clickorlando.com.
Wow. 61,000 per person. That is a lot.
Crazy amount.
And that in and of itself is stressful. And then when you get those terrifying calls, really, I mean, you can imagine what's going through their mind.
Some of those people are very aggressive. That's what shocked me the most about this story.
Yeah, crazy stuff there. And as he said, you know, there are some legitimate people out there, but if you're feeling harassed, you probably are.
You have some rights in Florida.
All right, meteorologist Jonathan Kegges is standing by. He has been very busy this afternoon, tracking a whole lot of rain across central Florida.
Yeah, and it's still coming down at a pretty good clip. Of course, we still have that flash flood warning in play for East Orange County, including Azalea Park, for another 20-some minutes. Trooper Steve showed you how high the water was across parts of the street there. We're right now watching the heaviest rain. Right now, I'm showing you the rainfall rate product to get you back to the actual radar in a second. You can also download the free News 6 weather app to track these storms alongside me tonight. From Lake Mary back to Midway Park, just southwest of Sanford, we have rainfall rates estimated of about 3.68 inches per hour. That little marker there is outside the heaviest rain, that dark purple there. That's where we're talking more like 5 to 6 inches per hour. Just out to the west of Longwood, west of Wekiva Springs as well, 4 inches per hour just north of Wekiva Springs, closer to Longwood tonight. So that's where we have the heaviest rain right now, at least in one chunk of Orange and parts of Seminole County. And then we're also watching some bigger thunderstorms, nothing severe, nothing damaging out there, but certainly packing a punch in terms of the rainfall. West of Rockledge, Melbourne, Satellite Beach tonight, you see the lightning to our west. This is pretty much over us in Holopah, Harmony, into Deer Park tonight. I'll put the radar into motion to show you exactly where these storms are going. And not to forget, again, parts of Marion County, we are still under flood advisories tonight because of the heavy rain that moved through southeastern Marion County a little bit earlier. We'll zoom closer to Bellevue tonight. We still have that light to moderate rain coming down, certainly not as heavy as what it was before. That is pushed down to the south and west of us of Denellen. We'll take you closer back toward West Orange County, Ocoee. We're on the drier side. The heaviest rain still falling closer to Apopka, south side of Apopka as well. Tangerine, Zellwood, we're on the northern side of the heaviest stuff right now. But look at all the darker reds and oranges around Lake Mary, around Sanford. That's the heavy stuff there. We're going to be concerned about flooding potentially starting soon in poor drainage areas, especially because we picked up so much rain over the last hour or so. Rest of the evening, there's 7 to 8 o'clock. Future radar wants to take the biggest swath of that rain and push it over towards the I-95 corridor gradually through the evening. Once we get to the overnight hours, on a widespread scale, we're going to calm things back down, but I'm still going to be watching right along the coast again, just like what we had this morning for the potential for some of those heavier downpours in the mix. There's 11 o'clock tomorrow morning, and then we'll see the storms again erupt as we get into the early part of the afternoon. Don't think as widespread, but certainly we're still in that same setup with that stalled front, that tropical moisture. These are going to be heavy rainfall makers once again. Now here's a look at tomorrow.
Your forecast is sponsored by Payne Law.
We're back to the upper 80s tomorrow. Rain chances around 80% again, 86 degrees on Thursday. We're back to a 40% shot for storms on Friday. I think that's kind of our transition day out of the unsettled pattern and then back to a pretty nice weekend. I think 30% shot. We're going to see those rain chances go down. We have a cold front. It's a week one. It's not going to change our high temperatures much, but look at that. I think a lot of us by Sunday morning going to try to wake up into the upper 60s, one of the more comfortable weekends we have felt, guys, since likely back in the middle of May.
Jonathan, thank you. After the break, the unwelcome visitor that broke into one man's home. But first, we want to take a look at the roads with Trooper Steve. This is where Jonathan was just talking. You can see, obviously, those gray clouds out there, the windshield wipers moving, so it's still coming down in that area.
Your Tuesday evening traffic alert. Look, a lot of that overnight rain
Hey guys, what's going on? Hope everybody's doing well. Just hopping in here on a commercial break while we're on the newscast. We popped in a little bit to show you what's going on again. Most concern at the moment in the Wekiva Springs to Sanford area. That's where we have the heaviest rain right now. And I'm also watching a couple of really strong thunderstorms moving out of Osceola County and then into Brevard County. There's been a weak rotation with these ones. A brief funnel cloud is going to be possible as these move over Brevard County, so I have my eye on that one. Flash flood warning still in play for another, 20 minutes now. This is for Azalea Park into East Orange County. This is just east of the Orlando metro area. We picked up anywhere from 2 to 4 inches of rain in just about an hour within that area. So for our friends in Azalea Park, I'm watching that closely. Let me take you back up where we have the really nasty stuff. And I want to show you, let me put a pause on, let me stop the radar loop. I want to then check in on the rainfall rate. And where you see these darker purples, this is where the real nasty stuff is. So let me take a dabber here and we can estimate. A lot of times hail gets contaminated, but we have better technology in the radar system now that can kind of take that out. And we are not in a situation where we're going to have a lot of hail today. So that's the deal here. This is kind of pure rainfall rates. Pure rainfall rates within these thunderstorms. So again, west of Apopka on the west side of town, south of Zellwood, over Lake Apopka right now. That's where we have rainfall rates, 4, 5, 6 inches an hour. That's going to cause some flooding if we don't get these storms out of here. It has been raining at a very good clip for a long time. Let's estimate that. There's the actual radar picture again coming back into play. Rainfall over the past hour has been the most prolific around the Lake Mary Heathrow area. There's 2.1 inches estimated within the last hour. We can take it back to 6 hours, and you see that kind of expands a little bit. We can measure that. And again, most of this has been falling within the last hour or two. So there's a lot coming down tonight. We're going to take this back full again as we are back on the air on News 6. If you're watching us on YouTube right now or on News 6 Plus and you see the actual news, the newscast feed, but if you're watching this feed too, do me a favor. If you have the TV on, tune it to News 6. And then I would love for you guys to post in the comments on the YouTube side of things, if you're watching it there, where you're tuning in from tonight, because I would love to know what you're seeing out there. As a whole, I think through Central Florida, we're winding things down just a little bit. However, we do still have some pockets of some super, super heavy rain. So again, I'd love to know what you're seeing. There's a rogue lightning strike there just on the Lake County side, Mount Plymouth, Ethel, into Wekiva. Lake Mary, we are still getting the super heavy rain. The good news is that the lightning is coming down, and that's a signal to me, meteorologist anyway, that we're watching these try to weaken a little bit. So some positive trends, although we do need the water to shut off pretty soon in Lake Mary and into Sanford. I'm going to double check to see if we have any flooding reports coming in. We had that flash flood warning still active in Orange County, closer to Azalea Park tonight. So if anybody has seen any flooding, I would love to get your report if you can do so safely. Trooper Steve was around Azalea Park, and he showed us some of the roadways that were covered by several inches of water. And see, just dialing up the storm reports, seeing if we have any new reports since I walked out of the weather center, and nothing. So that's some good news to report. So again, if you have anything that you are seeing out there, if it's just heavy rain, I'd like to know where you're tuning in from tonight. And again, if you are watching this YouTube feed and you want more of the weather stuff, I can't be in two places at once, unfortunately, but I'm pushing over to our main News 6 feed if you're watching the TV side of things of Central Florida. So I'm going to come back on here and do that. I came into the stream room to load some new cameras. So that's what I want to do. I want to refresh my camera computers. That's why I'm looking at my other computer and not towards you guys at the minute. So again, wherever you're tuning in from, I'd love to know what the weather is doing out there right now. Let me get us to a camera. around Cape Canaveral. Cape Canaveral is about to get some super heavy rain. So I'm going to pull that over. It'll just take a second to load up. So I'm going to change the title on this. Sorry, I have to talk things out. So there's Port Canaveral. Again, we have that heavy rain coming in, and I'll show you that. And we don't like that. I mean, this is thankfully going to be off the coast. Let me just scope this out. I don't see any rotation. It looked like we had a little hook, and that's something that we're watching always when the East Coast sea breeze kind of stays along the East Coast. When we have things moving from west to east, sometimes we can get a little spin. So just an early heads up in Cocoa Beach. Again, there's no warning on this, but we don't like that look. We have a lot of the lightning now around Cape Canaveral, around Port Canaveral. Let me pull up another camera for you guys as well, where we have some of the heaviest rain. Let me take you back up into Seminole County. It's another really heavy spot. And this is going to be in Sanford at Idlewild Elementary. And I'm going to put that right on top. So again, we got you guys covered across. You can't see, I have it on the wrong things. You're probably wondering what I'm talking about. But this is the deal here. So we have Port Canaveral on the bottom. On the top, we have Sanford. This is at Idlewild Elementary, if you're familiar with that, with the heavy rain coming down. And that's where I'm concerned the most anyway for the flood threat pushing forward. So again, also watching this nasty little guy. We want to get this off the coast real quick. You see the strong winds to the west of Cocoa Beach, something that we're going to be watching closely here. I have to run back into the studio. Keep it right here on the new 6 feed. Post in the comments where you're tuning in from. Dial up both screens. Comment in the YouTube feed where you're tuning in from tonight. And I'll do my best to stay active in the chat as we are tracking these storms. Thank you a ton for being here. Also, download the free News 6 weather app. We're going to have that live, and the stream is living there as well. And I guess we have an update for you according to that thing, so I'll get that fixed for you in a little bit. I know. No one has access to it. Joe the Wizard. Alrighty, guys. Meteorologist Jonathan Kegges back with you. Live look at Port Canaveral, where we have some really heavy rain getting ready to push through, and then also a live look in Sanford, where we also have some very heavy rainfall. Watching this, a lot of you guys in the chat noting this little hook. I've had my eye on it for a while. Opportunity for some funnel clouds. Let's look at the velocity mode here. The good news is I'm not really seeing much, if any, kind of spin. The computer wants to pick up on a little bit there. But the velocity of the traditional reds and greens towards and away from the radar, not seeing too much, thankfully. A lot of times, though, these a quick little spin up funnel cloud or maybe even brief tornado. We saw that over the weekend in Brevard County. The sea breeze is weird when it's cloudy and it's relatively cooler. It doesn't push inland. It stays pinned there, and it keeps the wind out of the south and east at the surface. So whenever you have the actual flow of the atmosphere out of the west, it induces a little bit of localized wind shear. The storms find that boundary, they spin on that boundary, and then they can produce a funnel cloud or maybe a brief tornado. Again, it's not a tornado setup or anything like that, but with the sea breeze right there, we always watch when we have the storms coming from west to east, and the sea breeze is staying pinned there. Again, that changing of the wind right at the surface there. It's on the shallow side. We did have, since the last time we talked, a new flood advisory pop up because of the super heavy rain that we had. This is going to include just to the east of us in Cocoa and in Rockledge. Cape Canaveral, we have the very heavy rain right now. The sky cam that I have up, let's see, is right about here, right on that yellow. So you can kind of see the storm pushing basically just to the east. So the sky cam is hanging out right about here. And it looks like it's kind of looking right across. So that's why we're kind of in a clear slot there from the heavy rain that's literally on the other side of the port. So there's Port Canaveral, Astronaut Boulevard for reference, and it is raining super, super heavy right on down the road. Hey, video 008 Palm Beach. Good evening tonight. If you're still hanging out with us, appreciate you joining the live stream tonight. I want to get you back to parts of Orange and Lake County. This is at least better news, where we have the storms winding down a little bit for us. From Lake Mary to Sanford, it's still raining. It's raining at a pretty good clip around Winter Springs, but it's better. We want to start to relax the rainfall rates quickly here. From Apopka to south Apopka, Wekiva Springs, that's where we have the really heavy stuff. Let's take a look at the rainfall over the last hour. And about an inch. So everything should be able to handle that. Weather Service has gone and issued that flood advisory again until 6:15 tonight. So another, 25, 35 minutes, if I can add, to 6:15 for Apopka and Wekiva Springs, and that's going to roll right into Lake Mary, into Sanford. Longwood, we had some super heavy rain tonight. So that's the deal with these storms. The good news is these are losing a lot of their punch. So I'm optimistic that over the next hour or so, we really start to see a better picture. I want to watch this guy here. Make sure these guys aren't going to try to spin. Never like when they're that kidney bean shape. Again, it's not a tornado setup, but there's one there, and then there's another one there that I'm going to be watching as they push back towards the coast. I'll put a loop on that. And to see them kind of lifting to the north. Whoops. Sorry, I didn't mean to grab the map. I meant to grab my telestrator. And then sliding in that direction. It's like a little bit of wind shear, a little bit of spin in those little kidney bean shaped storms that are trying to get going, mainly to the west of Melbourne, Palm Bay, Malabar. I'm going to have my eye on these. Again, if you are tuning in on the News 6 YouTube page, I'd love for you also to flip on over to News 6 if you're watching the news on the traditional TV. I'm going to keep the chat open. I'm going to keep the looping radar. Whenever it's time for weather on the newscast, I'm going to flip it over to our main feed so that you can see the weathercast, since I would love to be able to be in two places at once. But that's what I'm going to be watching again through the evening as we're still watching some heavy rain come down from Apopka to Wekiva Springs to Sanford Lake Mary. And then these potential stronger storms that are just to the west of us in Melbourne, Palm Bay, Malabar, Grand Falcaria, and into Miko tonight. So that's my two big concerns going forward over about the next hour. And then further up the coast, it's just some light stuff. So it's nothing to be concerned about. It's really area number 1 and then area number 2. Those are the two spots that I have my eye on for any kind of strong storm or that flood threat. Alrighty, guys, I'm going to get the actual feed back up. Okay, so there it is right there. And then I'm going to send you back to the camera feed with see Paso Fort. Yeah, that's a strong one east of Fort Myers, east of Fort Myers for sure. But things are starting to look better as a whole across Central Florida. Just watching these guys, there's more lightning, so they're trying to perk up tonight. And there's also some very heavy rainfall from, again, Apopka through about Heathrow, Lake Monroe, Sanford, Deltona, Casadega, Lake Helen. Those are the two spots I'm watching. Southern Brevard, and then the little circle that I just drew. I have to run back into the studio. I will pull on over the News 6 feed. I love for you, too, if you have the TV on in the background, if you're kind of watching this on your phone on the YouTube or News 6 Plus, you can dial up the chat. I'd love to know where you're tuning in from tonight. I'd also love to know what the weather is doing. If you have any storm reports, if it's raining heavy, I'd love to know. If you just heard thunder, I would love to know about that. If you happen to have a rain gauge and it's safe enough to go outside, I would love to get your rainfall reports if you measured. I have to run into the studio to get ready for my next weather hit. That's coming up at about 5:47. In the meantime, for the next couple of minutes, you're going to see this radar loop, and then I'm going to do my best to get everything to switch over, so I'll pop on the green screen for you coming up in just a couple of minutes. Thank you guys a ton. In Naples, Freddie says cats and dogs here. It is coming down for sure in Naples. Again, taking a live look tonight in Sanford and also Port Canaveral, where we have some heavy rain courtesy of our friends from WeatherStem. I will see you guys in 2 minutes on the green screen from the studio. Right now, I'm going to leave you with the look of the cameras across Central Florida and the radar so that you can check out what it's doing in your community. See you in a couple of minutes.
Since 2016, nearly 700 veterans have benefited from the nationwide program. This project includes a new roof along with new windows, flooring, and a remodeled kitchen.
What are you looking forward to?
Oh man, having family over for sure.
Austin says he's beyond grateful for all the work that's going into his home and can't wait to see the finished product.
I keep trying to imagine how it's going to look when it's done, and I'm like, I don't believe it.
Project leaders tell us they may run into a couple of weather delays, but they expect the roof here to be finished by tomorrow and all of the interior work to be completed in the next couple of weeks. I'm your Lake County community correspondent, Mark Lehman, News 6.
All right, so one of the benefits of working at News 6, sometimes we get a little early access to things that are about to come out, and today we have the brand new flavor of Girl Scout cookies.
That's right. Here's the box. Now, if you've ever been in a newsroom, you know it's full of vultures when there is food around.
Yeah.
And so the new cookie is called Explore Moors. It's described as Rocky Road ice cream inspired with chocolate, marshmallow, and toasted almond flavored cream. We were supposed to try one on air.
What I just realized is someone
has licked
the stuff
and I think put it back in the box. There's literally one
We have
cookie
one.
left.
So Lisa, try
Would
it.
you like to try
No,
it?
I think
hope.
you should.
How many people touched this before?
I don't know. How
I'll
many
break
people
it in
licked
half.
this?
That's kind
Ooh,
of
it's
wild.
kind of okay. So it's soft. I was expecting a crunch when I broke
Sorry,
it.
I would give
okay.
this to you, but
I have to talk in a second, so you're good.
okay.
It's pretty good.
It's not bad, actually. It's pretty good. It'd probably
Consistency,
be
maybe.
better if it weren't handled by
Yeah.
15
Right.
people before
Yeah,
it got
we're
to
feeling like it might have been licked before by someone
us.
else.
It's no tag along. I'll tell you this, but
I'm
or
a
the peanut
caramel
butter
delight
patties.
gal.
Are you?
Yeah, or
Samoa's,
thin mint.
baby.
Yeah.
Samoa's for you?
Yeah.
For
Okay,
sure.
but very good.
Absolutely.
My kids would like it for sure.
We need some of that I-4 food tour music as you
That's
dig
true.
into
Yeah.
that.
We'll work on that for the
that
next.
cookie.
We saved the licked ones for you.
Oh, thanks, Lisa. I appreciate
That's
that.
what you get for this weather we've received lately.
Yeah, I guess that's there you go. I know we like to get some sunshine. This weekend, this is going to be our payoff. I think it's going to be
Bring
more
it.
comfortable. It's going to be drier. Right now, though, we're still in the thick of it, although things are getting better where we had the heaviest rain for sure. Two areas that I'm watching. I was just talking to our friends on YouTube here. They have a nice big following, so thank you guys for tuning in if you're watching on the YouTube side of things tonight. From Apopka back to Lake Mary, Sanford, Deltona, DeLand, Casadega, Lake Helen. That's where I'm watching over the next hour or so, as we are still dealing with some of the heavy rain. There's a lone lightning strike closer to Tangerine. You can also track these storms alongside me tonight by downloading the free News 6 weather app. We're also streaming the radar loops and some cameras on the News 6 weather app as well. There's a lot of features there that I think you'll enjoy by downloading that. You can track the storms yourself as well if you're out and about. So that's problem area number one that I'm watching, again, from western and northern Orange County into Lake and Seminole County with those slow-moving storms. And then we have a couple of rowdy ones really merging into one now, just to the west of us in Melbourne and Palm Bay. I'll put the loop on this to show you. Again, it's certainly getting a little loud out there. We're getting more lightning. And watch how a couple of cells just kind of merge into this one big beefy thing as it slides from the south and west back to the north and east. So again, early heads up from Palm Bay and Melbourne. It's already raining pretty heavily, but nonetheless, the strongest part here and the heaviest rain is just on your doorstep on the west side of Palm Bay and in Melbourne, also Satellite Beach. We're dry right now. We had some really heavy stuff around Cape Canaveral. That is now thankfully sliding off of our coast back into the Atlantic Ocean tonight. Still some raining in Titusville, back to Edgewater, Ponce Inlet, not as heavy, but obviously keeping an eye on it for you guys because we've had so much heavy rain, especially in Volusia County. Now, the next couple of hours, I think future radar about an hour or so behind. By 7 o'clock, I do think most of this kind of blob, if you will, is going to be pushing back out into the Atlantic, and we should start to quiet things down as a whole for the evening, other than a few stray downpours, maybe a rogue rumble of thunder. That's 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, and while you're watching Chief Meteorologist Canis Campos, same kind of deal. There could be a few of those nasty downpours that sneak on shore early in the morning. Those will try to work their way and really hang out around the I-95 corridor, and then we're going to bubble things back up again into your afternoon. The coverage area or the rainfall percentage may not be as high. It's still going to be widespread, but certainly as we're in the same pattern, we're going to be seeing those heavier downpours. That's 7 o'clock for you on your Wednesday, still dealing with some scattered thunderstorms. Now here's a look at your forecast.
Your forecast is sponsored by Publix.
The payoff is coming, though. 87 degrees tomorrow. Rain chances back to 80% still. 60% chance on Thursday. You see, we steadily bring down those rain chances, closing out the work week. That 30% chance may even be a little too high. We have a front coming through. Some drier air going to push through. And you'll see, even though it's a cold front, it's just going to bring us some drier, less humid air. Temperature is going to get back into the upper 80s for highs. It is going to be drier, but we could make a run for the 60s, guys, when you wake up Sunday morning for the first time in about 116 days. It's been a while since
Who's counting?
I have. It's way
Jonathan
too long.
clearly is counting. Hey, did you know the theme of this year's U.S. Open tournament was designed by an artist right here in the Sunshine State? Hear from her after the break.
heavy rain potential stays with us through tonight and again to tomorrow. I'm tracking where the heaviest rain falls.
Recently, several cars have been stolen from this off-site parking lot near Orlando International Airport. I've discovered the company leaves customers' vehicles unlocked with the keys on the dashboard in plain sight.
And a rule change reserved just for the American flag. The basketball court-sized flag at the center of the proposal. News 6 at 6 starts now. We begin tonight with tropical downpours in central Florida. The heavy rain as people living in flood-prone areas on high alert tonight.
Rain is falling on already saturated areas, upping that flood risk.
Meteorologist Jonathan Kegges joins us now. And Jonathan, who is getting hit the hardest by all of this? And when, oh when, could we be drying out?
Yeah, I think this weekend, so we do have a couple of days to go and for a whole, anyway, for Central Florida to chill out a little bit and get rid of this widespread rainfall. Right now, the worst of this is happening from about Sanford to Wekiva Springs and to Apopka, although we are watching things wind down just a little bit, at least become a little bit less intense where we've seen things over the last hour or so. Then I also have my eye on our friends in southern Brevard County from about Melbourne into Palm Bay, Satellite Beach. Really nasty thunderstorm and really extending back toward Kenansville tonight with the very heavy rainfall. You see the lightning numbers uptick as well, indicating that the storm is trying to strengthen. So some gusty winds involved with this. And then by and large, heavy rain continues to be the main threat as these storms work out of Osceola County and then into southern Brevard. So again, early heads up again. It's already raining very heavy in Melbourne, Palm Bay, Malabar, Grant Valkyria, just some light stuff. But we're watching everything working their way from southwest to northeast. I want to take you further back up to problem area number 2 where we can't get rid of the rain, although it is a little bit less intense. From Sanford, it's still coming down at a pretty good clip. That extends back into Longwood and kind of pinwheeling around onto the northern side of Apopka, closer to Ocoee, and then working its way back in now to Longwood into Altamont Springs. For more on what it looks like out there, Trooper Steve's hanging out in Sanford, where we have had some very heavy rain over the past hour or so.
Yeah, Jonathan, I've been kind of trying to keep up with you. It's like the storm moves a little bit, and then he's like, all right, Steve, good job in Azalea, head north. So that's what we did. So I took 417 north, ran into a lot of that traffic. Now I'm here right off of Mellonville, and if you remember, the last time we had some heavy rain, this portion of Sanford saw some serious flooding. So right now, as we're cruising northbound through Sanford, not much. I'm gotta be honest, call it how I see it. So that is a good thing. Just because we're not seeing it doesn't mean it's a bad thing. I want you guys to be safe out here, so does Jonathan. So if you're getting ready to hit the road, or if you're on your way home or whatever, just make sure you're driving safely, watch your speeds, make sure you're making a complete stop. You got to keep in mind, what time is it? It's 6 o'clock in the evening, so you know everyone's home at this point, maybe making a last minute run. But this rain is steady, it is consistent, so you just got to watch out for some of that nuisance ponding while we're out there. I'm going to keep cruising around wherever Jonathan tells me to go. That's where I'll end up. For now, live in Sanford. Back to you guys.
Just go where he tells you. All right, Steve, thank you. New at 6. Do you remember this video of a man being pepper sprayed by an Orlando police officer while recording an arrest? Well, we've just learned he was arrested yesterday, 1 week after the incident downtown.
We are cooperating. We are.
So we spoke to James Lake, who says he was headed to his car after a night out when he came across the scene and pulled out his phone to record it. But things escalated when one of the officers directed him to move back, to which he says he cooperated. He says as he stepped back, the officer sprayed, leaving him with blurred vision and difficulty breathing. That sent him to the hospital. Today, though, we've learned OPD has charged Lake over the incident. His charges include interfering with a first responder on duty and fleeing. A judge set his bond today at $30,000. Community correspondent Troy Campbell is digging into this story to learn more about the case against Lake. Watch his reports on News 6 at 10 and 11 for the latest.
In Brevard County, a mother facing the death penalty in the death of her child will be getting a new trial. Erica Dotson's accused of being negligent in her son's murder. Investigators say her boyfriend, Josh Manns, abused him for weeks before that child eventually died. And Dotson knew about it and did nothing to stop it, they say. Today, a judge learned prosecutors had talked to Manns without letting Dotson's attorneys know, which the judge ruled should have been disclosed to them. That led to the mistrial. We'll let you know when a new trial is set to begin. Taking a live look from our Light Orlando Delivering Hope camera, we have an alert for anyone planning to fly out of Orlando International Airport. Several cars have been stolen from an off-site parking lot.
Yeah, one of the victims contacted News 6 investigator Mike DeForest. She believes the parking lot's owner is not doing enough to protect customers' cars.
Alrighty, guys, what's up? Meteorologist Jonathan Kegges back with you. We are cleared from the studio, so we're hanging out together here in the Digital Weather Center. Hope everybody's doing well. Hope everyone's staying safe. I would say 90% of things are nice and calm, relatively speaking. The flood threat has kind of ended for a lot of us. There's one spot in particular that I'm still watching closely, and that's going to be for us down in the southern half of Brevard County. If you're with us on the news side of things, or if you had this dialed up again, we were going back and forth from the streaming side on News 6 Plus and on the News 6 YouTube page and on the free News 6 weather app, to the fact that we are watching this closely here, not only for potential damaging wind gusts in here, but the main threat, the flooding rain. And just after we cleared the TV side of things, National Weather Service went ahead and issued an aerial flood advisory. So again, this is for the potential for some street flooding here. We've had issues in Palm Bay, in Melbourne in the past when we get these heavy rain rates. Before we take a radar tour a little bit, we're going to do some rainfall estimates over the last hour because I want to see. Let me check rainfall 1 hour. And yeah, so this is why we have that flood advisory. So here we go, just outside of Palm Bay, on the western side of Palm Bay. That's where we have rainfall rates of 2 to 3 inches in just an hour. So that'll no doubt try to aggravate things a little bit. Around Palm Bay, 1.5 inches. Same for us in Melbourne, Malabar, same kind of deal. That rain is going to continue. I want to now put on the rainfall rate. And this is why we are having that problem. So this is the rate now. So we took off the reflectivity. That was all those brighter colors. Now we're looking at the purple. And where we have this purple, these are the rainfall rates that are pushing 5, 6, 7 inches per hour. So we've already had a couple of inches fall. And now we're expecting more because, unfortunately, this thing is just not moving much. So that is what the deal is. Let me get back to the actual radar so I can show you. There it is. Just extended out and slowly moving from south to north. So that's one of the things that I'm going to continue to watch over the next hour or so. And hopefully this thing starts to get out of here fast. I want to do a camera check. We've been taking a live look in Sanford, where that was one of our areas that I was concerned with over the past hour. There was some minor flooding in Lake Mary reported, some minor street flooding in Sanford as well. Nothing too crazy there. Let me turn on. Let me see where if I have any cameras. I don't think I have any in southern Brevard where we have the heaviest rain. Let me refresh that. Yeah, the closest one. Don't have anything in maybe. Yeah, don't have anything in Melbourne to show. The closest I have is Port Canaveral, and that's where we have some of the heaviest rain. So we'll keep it right there. Again, the heaviest rain is going to be south of us in Port Canaveral. If you are just tuning in, we are coming at you live on the News 6 weather app. We are coming at you live on News 6 Plus, and we are coming at you live on the News 6 YouTube page. So a lot of places we are streaming tonight to make sure that you're getting the best information out there as we are continuing this flood threat, or watching this flood threat, because we've had days and days of heavy rain in spots, and we have these efficient rainfall producers. And we call them efficient because, man, when it produces rainfall rates of several inches an hour, 2, 3, 4, 5 or more, that's when we have that issue. Matt Gore Adventures brought up the good point about a mesoscale discussion. If you're wondering what that is, the Storm Prediction Center puts those out whenever there's strong thunderstorms, and in this case, or not Storm Prediction, this is the Weather Prediction Center. They handled the hydrology side of things, and they have one out for our area. I read it earlier, and again, it's just because of that deep tropical moisture that is going to be streaming through, that they kind of draped our area and drew that over. And I'm trying to click on it again to see because I was on the TV side of things. Still in play for another couple of hours. Let's see if they're thinking of putting a watch in place for tomorrow. Yeah, so it doesn't look like. Yeah, it doesn't look like a watch is going to be coming. And I was going to say, we're pretty much at the tail end of it for tonight. Now, I wouldn't be surprised if they do hoist a watch tomorrow because we're going to be in the same kind of deal, same kind of pattern with that heavy rainfall moving back into Central Florida. And I can show you the future radar picture for us tonight. And that's what it kind of looks like. So as it pulls away, let me make sure that this is the latest. Get back to the latest. Update this. And then we're going to take that into the future. So again, I think it's a couple hours behind. That's pretty much where we are right now. So I think it's about an hour behind. So at 8 o'clock, let's just pretend that says 7 o'clock there because I think it's doing it's got the placement right. And then as we move here, here's 11 o'clock. So we could have some downpours pushing back on the coast again, like what we had last night from Palm Coast to Daytona Beach, New Smyrna, Port Orange. That's going to be a focal point there. And you see still some persistent rain. And that's where we don't want it through the overnight hours as well. Of course, we've had the poor drainage areas get inundated from New Smyrna to Port Orange, some places Daytona. Hey, Lexi, hope you're doing well in Ormond Beach. You got it. Thank you for hopping on the live stream tonight and hanging out with us as we are tracking these very efficient rainfall producing thunderstorms tonight. You know exactly what I'm talking about. You've had some of the heaviest stuff as well over the past couple of days in Ormond. There's no doubt about that. So let me go back to the radar picture and watch this slow. It looks like we might start to see that nudge now with that cell sliding up. But man, it is rocking on the coast. And we'll keep a close eye on that one as that storm is moving from south to north tonight. Let me go over the rainfall estimates here. Let's take the last 12 hours. And let's just see. Let me remove the lightning and the warnings out there. This is what triggered a flash flood warning earlier. That was our lone flash flood warning. We had anywhere from 3 to 4 inches of rain estimated falling east of the Orlando metro area, closer to Azalea Park. Trooper Steve found some flooding. Lexi says standing water all around, including in her yard. Hopefully we get the rain to shut off so that we can get that water to recede. Is it like everywhere in your street? We saw a lot of that just down the road in Port Orange before, where it just like, is it the drain just having issues keeping up with the heavy rain, the infrastructure from the city? Because that's what it seems to be. I mean, 2, 3, 4 inches of rain an hour are going to do that. It's going to be hard for really a lot of the drains to keep up. Here's what we had in Sanford, anywhere from 2 to 3 inches. Wildwood, about 3 inches of rain. Take you further back. We're still kind of getting the heaviest stuff right now in the Melbourne area. But Deer Park, Holopah, anywhere from 2 to 3 inches of rain right around Deer Park and Holopah tonight. So a lot of nasty stuff. We had some minor flooding out there this evening. And again, we're going to do it all again tomorrow. I do think that the rain chances stay elevated. So to answer your question, Elizabeth, they're going to stay up there, especially into the afternoon. It's not really going to be until Friday and then likely the weekend where we dial things way back in the rain chances. So, because with this front here, we're going to keep rain chances pretty elevated throughout the course of the evening. Look at Vero Beach. Wow. If anybody's tuning in from Vero Beach, we have that bullseye there. 5.2 inches of rain just south of Vero Beach on the other side of I-95. So some crazy stuff there. Yeehaw Junction, we had some heavier rain earlier today too. Anywhere from 1 to 2 inches of rain falling around Yeehaw Junction. And if you're just joining us tonight, we're taking a live look in Sanford and in Port Canaveral tonight as we are just, again, watching these storms continue to roll. Let's go back. Turn the lightning back on. And lightning is the best indicator. And I love to see, I mean, this is what we call a cone of silence. The radar can't see above it, so that's why it's blank there. It's raining right there. But I like how we're at least losing some of the lightning here. It's kind of transferring back here. It's feeding off some of the warm water now. So that's going to move that direction, or really that direction, I should say. If we put that into the loop, they're moving kind of north. If you're just tuning in on the YouTube side of things, post in the comments where you're tuning in from and what you have seen through the afternoon or over the past couple of days, because it has been a rocking few days through Central Florida, especially along the coast and inland areas today. We had some of those nasty thunderstorms. Well, I think Sunday night, they're all running together now. We've had so many active days. Just looking to make sure we don't have anything misbehaving on the coast here. And yeah, we're continuing to watch that trend of the downpours fizzle out. But I'm going to keep my eye on this at least for the next hour or so. And well, until it fizzles out, I'm not going to take my eye off of it. But watching for the potential for some flooding there. That is why we do have that flood advisory in play until 7:45. So running for another hour. But at least things are getting, relatively speaking, better. Here's the deal, though. Okay, and as I say that, I want to take this back up to Flagler County, because this is where we're going to run our. This is where we could run into some more problems. Let's go to the Jacksonville radar. Look how heavy this rain is. And this is what we actually showed on the future radar a little bit ago. So that's coming in early. Everything's kind of displaced by about an hour on the future radar. But this is where we can get into a problem over the next couple of hours. Look at that persistent band coming in off of the Atlantic Ocean. That's not moving anywhere. So if you're watching anywhere from Palm Coast to Bunnell to Beverly Beach, Flagler Beach, that's where we're going to be on alert for some flooding over the next couple of hours. Eventually, Ormond Beach, Holly Hill, Daytona Beach, and Port Orange, those are the areas that we really, really, really don't want any more rain, because we still have some standing water there. So if is anybody tuning in Flagler or Volusia County or Brevard? So we're looking at the coast tonight. Post in the comments for me if we're there. And I want to make sure everybody's watching this, because this pinwheel's back in. I'm going to do some dissecting and look at some of the rainfall rates coming in, because that's going to tell the story. I would imagine that they're pretty high, being juiced from the Atlantic right there. But this is now going to be the problem area, because I don't see this moving for several hours. Because now we are watching things. You see that kind of curl there? What's happening is, as we zoom out, the front is about right here. That's a loose drawing. Let me back this up a little bit. I'm going to change this back to the radar. I just want to show you guys what's going on. The front is pretty much right through here. So that south of the front, we have the wind out of the west. North of the front, we have the wind out of the east. So that's why we have the two different motions of the thunderstorms out there. And we are going to be watching all of that push back through from the Atlantic to the west. So I would be concerned about anybody really from Port Orange if this continues to build down here, because we've already had their really terrible stuff over the last couple of days. Daytona Beach, Holly Hill, Ormond Beach, Flagler Beach. Hey, Sue, what's going on? I've seen your email. I'm going to do my best to look at that forecast, and I hope that those fires get out soon. I'm going to do my best. Once everything pipes down here, I'll try to take a look going forward for you. We'll be back at 9:30, Elizabeth. So hopefully Melissa is there, and we'll see what happens at that time. As we move into that 7 o'clock hour, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock. So that's what we're going to be watching here. A lot of heavy down. I mean, that's some pretty heavy rain. Yeah, I was going to look at, let's go back to the Jacksonville radar. It's a little bit closer. I'm going to stop the loop, and I want to see what. Yeah, that's not good. Okay, so this is what we're going to be looking for. Let me get the lightning off of here so it's not. We're talking about rainfall rates from Palm Coast to Bunnell, 3, 4, I mean, double that, like 6 inches an hour. There's no hail in there to contaminate this either. So that is pure tropical moisture streaming in off of the Atlantic right now. And if we don't get that to shut off soon, which I don't think we will, we could have some issues in terms of what has fallen already. So this is over the past 6 hours. At least today, it hasn't been that bad. And then once you get to 2 days and 3 days, that's where it starts to go up in Port Orange. And then that's the really nasty stuff. That goes back. So not to mention, with that breeze, we also have some coastal flooding possible with the wind coming in off the Atlantic being pushed in at high tide. So that's also something to keep in mind for our friends in Flagler County. So again, there's the rainfall rate. We'll check that with the Melbourne radar to make sure as well. Just using both, we're kind of in a weird spot in Palm Coast, in between two radar sites. So it's a little bit less aggressive. Yeah, see that, and this is what I'm talking about. So you can kind of see the range of the radar, that cone there. So that radar data is not very reliable in there. But I can tell you that is coming down big time. And if let me see if I'll switch the cameras up to Palm Coast. Because I think, again, over the course of the next couple of hours, this is where the flood threat is going to transition to. I mean, we're already seeing it there, but I think it's going to get a little worse. Just changing some of the cameras around, so don't mind me looking off into the distance. So here's Marineland up the road. If these are going to load, I'm having trouble loading the cameras tonight. Maybe because of the weather. Want to thank you guys for hanging out with us too. Really appreciate, you have a lot of options to get your weather. This is the time where I sound like a flight attendant or an airline. I know you have many options when you fly. But seriously, thank you for hanging out with us tonight. Thank you for hanging out with me and for the storm reports through the course of the last, 5 hours just about. We started this stream 4 hours, I guess. We started the stream at about 3 o'clock this afternoon. And I've been watching the various areas through Central Florida that have, at times, been a little rough with the super heavy rainfall. I'm trying to get these cameras to load for you so I can show you the heavy rain in Palm Coast. Here we go. So there's Palm Coast up top. It's going to change the title. And then let's see here. I want to get one on the Volusia coast. I'm going to pull in Daytona Beach because we have a nice lit area to see what the rain is doing once we get into the nightfall. See, we still have Maitland up in the middle. I'm going to put Daytona Beach at the bottom here. And then I'm going to put Ponce Inlet up again just because we're going to load up on the coast. Actually, I think that storm's actually heading. I'm going to bring Port Canaveral back and put that into the middle slot whenever I go on the stream here because we can watch that storm come in from the south at Port Canaveral. So let me change the title to that. All right. So we are locked and loaded with some fresh cameras where we have the heaviest rain falling across Central Florida. My biggest concern here is what's going on in Flagler County and then eventually in Volusia County. Now, I like that this kind of transitioned up here. Let's hope it just keeps moving up that way. Let me hit the play button. Be nice if it just fizzle out. But you can clearly see again that persistent onshore flow. So that's going to be my number one concern over the next couple of hours is going to be from about Marineland to Bunnell. And then because we've had so much heavy rain right here, we'll cap it at New Smyrna Beach. I think the heaviest rain, though, stays pretty much right into here as it kind of pinwheels back around and takes aim on the northern Volusia coast, closer to Ormond by the sea, Ormond Beach, and then toward Flagler Beach, Bunnell, Palm Coast, Beverly Beach. That's where I'll be watching for the next couple of hours, and we'll likely still have thunderstorms on the radar at New 6 at 10, New 6 at 9, New 6 weather, New 6 tonight. That's at 9 o'clock on New 6 Plus, and then, of course, at New 6, 11. Alrighty, guys, I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to put the looping radar and the music back. The stream is fired up. It is on. I am watching it. I just have to get things ready for the 9 o'clock show tonight and the 9:30 show tonight. So I'm going to be doing that just right off camera here, just hanging out and getting the show ready tonight. By the way, again, I'm going to pop on here and continue updates if you're watching on the New 6 Weather app, the free New 6 Weather app. Download that, by the way. Show of hands, who has downloaded that? Because this stream is going to be here. You can also track the storms for yourself right there for free, and lightning detection. That's one of the best parts about it. When lightning is 10 miles from your location, if you have the services turned on, the location services, you're going to get a push alert, and then you can dial up the radar and see exactly where that puppy is. So one of the greatest tools about that. Like I said, I'm going to be back over here using the other camera that is back there. I'll show you the setup. Forgot I muted it because that's what I have it all set up. But anyway, we'll be back here again watching this for the next couple of hours. I'm going to be right on the next computer to the side, and I'm going to be working on the 9:30 show. If you have any questions, I have the YouTube chat pulled up right here. If something looks concerning to me, I will just pop right back on, and we'll take it from there. Again, at the very least, we're going to be talking again at 9:30. Well, really at 9 o'clock, and then 9:30, 10 o'clock as well, and then News 6 at 11 on the TV side of things. Thanks again, guys. Be safe. Watching this closely on Flagler County, Volusia County, and Brevard County. What's up, guys? Thanks so much for sticking with the stream tonight and posting in the comments. This feed is going to come to an end right about now, but we are going to get the 9:30 show up to date. I have to cancel this one in order to start the other one to do some finagling with that stream. So I hope everybody comes back at 9 o'clock for Matt and Ginger's show. That's going to be News 6 tonight. That's going to be on News 6 Plus and on clickorlando.com. And of course, 9:30, we're going to talk about this. I'm watching, again, this heavy rain through Ormond Beach and Daytona Beach through Port Orange. It's not the best news, of course, because we've had all the flooding over the past couple of days. And unfortunately, this looks like we're going to keep this here for the bulk of the night, and that could lead to some more flooding. So I'm going to be watching this closely as the heavy rain continues to stick around from Palm Coast to Bunnell, back to Daytona Beach, Edgewater, New Smyrna Beach, Port Orange, and then a little bit back into land. That's our really only spot here. But again, with all of the heavy rain over the past few days, not the best news. Unfortunately, I don't see this coming to an end in the near future. We will talk much more about this, guys, coming up at 9:30. Look for the brand new YouTube thumbnail that should be out within the next few minutes. I'm working on that right now. Thank you again for all the storm reports, for the conversation tonight, and all that stuff. I will see you coming up at 9:30. Be safe out there.